Everyone, welcome to another stream. Tonight we're going to be playing some Sega Genesis games on the Sega Genesis Mini 2. This is a mini console Sega put out back in late 2022. I think it was around October. It's a lot like the first Genesis Mini, which I just typed in chat. However, you get some Sega CD games. That's kind of the appeal of this thing. I think there's like 7 or 8 Sega CD games. A couple of them are actually pretty uncommon, expensive games that are kind of hard to get if you're a physical collector, so it's kind of nice. But it's also got a lot of Genesis titles, and it also has some new additions, such as a revamped version of Space Harrier 2 that does not run like ass. So yeah, some cool stuff on this. Maybe a little redundant if you're kind of hardcore into this scene, you've already got real hardware, or you've got a Mr. FPGA or something like that. But if you like collecting mini consoles, I'd say it's a solid addition to the mini console lineup out there. And so yeah, we're just gonna just play some games on here. I just kind of have like a casual, chill stream. It is actually getting kind of late as I'm starting this. It's about 10:30 p.m., so we'll probably go until like, 1 or 2 a.m. and my time. And yeah, just play some games and have some fun. So, but I see some people out there in chat land already. I see Internet Junkie, I see Michael, I see Jason, Tony Hayden, Don, Leo, Tom, Pressline left already. Pressline likes to come in and say hi and then say bye, but he'll probably be back later. We got a Vornak. And it looks like that's everybody so far. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Again, like I said, I know it is a little late for those of you on the East Coast. But yeah, so I'm actually here in the wallpaper settings of this system. Because if you actually let this sit on the game selection screen, just like the Mini 1, it'll go into various attract modes of different games. So I didn't want it doing that while I was starting up the stream. But you got some very basic video settings here. It's nothing too crazy. You've just got a more traditional, almost 4:3 aspect ratio. Then you can stretch it, which I do not prefer. So, but it is there if you want that. And you can add some wallpaper to your image if you're doing the 4:3, and there's actually some pretty cool artwork here, which I actually enjoy. I do like the TV style ones, so we're gonna actually put it on the TV style ones, and yeah, just the TV style border. It's pretty cool. Hey, Executioner, what's going on? Hey, Black Gift, welcome back. Don says, I'm interested in that buttery smooth version of Space Harrier. Yeah, it's interesting. And hey, Sack, welcome back. So you got sound settings. So you can actually mimic the original Genesis sound hardware, which has like a deeper, bassier tone. I actually grew up with the Model 2, so I actually tend to prefer the Model 2 sound, but most people tend to prefer the original. It is, I don't know, something about this version on the Genesis Mini though, the Genesis Mini 2, where like it doesn't sound as clear as a real Genesis Model 1. With the good sound. I don't know. I've got multiple Model 1 consoles, so I can, go back and forth between, like, the tinny audio from the Model 2, and then go back to, like, the, the more bassy audio from the Model 1. And it just sounds much more clear when I hook up my real hardware, so I don't know. Maybe that's just a Mini 2 thing. So you've got different settings for the mode button, which I think actually brings up, maybe, I think that might be how you bring up your menu. Yeah, because there is no, like, menu key on your included controller, so. No, I actually haven't used this in several months now. I did buy this back in January. It was kind of like a little tipsy one night on stream on Twitch, and saw that these were only 90 bucks on Amazon, and then, ended up just making a drunk purchase on this. I really did not need this. I told myself over and over I was not going to buy it. And, I was able to withhold for almost a year and a half, from its release to when I actually paid for it. But I ended up going for it. I sprung for it because I'm a real sucker for Sega CD in particular. I love Sega CD. I have a lot of nostalgia for it, and I've covered it many times on my channel. And so the fact that it had some Sega CD games on it was like kind of the selling point for me. It's got like Sonic CD, Shining Force CD, Robo Alesta, Mansion of Hidden Souls, Final Fight CD, some really strong games, actually. So that's kind of what got me, to finally invest in it. So, But yeah, this is the game's lineup, and I believe you can actually hit B to toggle display to have a larger box art. Alien Soldiers on here, that's a really strong one. Crusader of Senti, that's supposedly a pretty strong one. I've barely ever played it before. Yeah, Echo the Dolphin CD and Echo 2, Echo Tides of Time. You've got a conversion that M2 did of Fantasy Zone to Genesis. That's really cool. Whoa! My ears! Hey, Barome! Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's like a fairly arcade-accurate version of Fantasy Zone. It's really cool. Of course, you got Final Fight CD, which is awesome. A lot of shoot-'em-ups on this thing, too. If you're a shmup fan, this is actually a decent investment if you don't do flashcards and stuff like that already. Like, it's got Elemental Master, Fantasy Zone, Hellfire. Let's see. What else has it got? Atomic Runner. That was an arcade game by Data East. Pretty cool game. Midnight Resistance. That's a classic. Rainbow Islands Extra. Very cool. It's got the Sega CD or Mega CD version of Night Striker. Lightning Force, aka Thunder Force 4. What other shooters does it have? Yeah, Robo Alesta. It's got Silpheed for Sega CD. That's a very strong game. Very fun. Splatterhouse 2. It's not a shmup, but yeah, it's got a Truxton. It's got Truxton on here. Viewpoints. Yeah, Viewpoint's okay. But yeah, it's got quite a few shmups on here, which is awesome. A lot of mini consoles, they don't feature a lot of shoot-'em-ups these days because they're just, it's not a super popular genre amongst your more casual gamers. But yeah, there's a lot of like hardcore gamer, what we would call hardcore gamer material back in the day. Like Streets of Rage 3, Ninja Warriors. Yeah, they ported Puyo Puyo Sun to it for this this console, which is really cool. Same with Super Locomotive and Starmobile. And this version of Space Harrier 2 is not the original release. It's the updated one that M2 did for this, which smooths out the frame rate quite a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of like really strong material here. Rager X is awesome, Rice Star is awesome, Rolling Thunder 2 is awesome. I love that they included Night Trap and Sewer Shark just because like they're not really good games, but it's definitely like an eye into that time period when like CD technology was first coming around for game consoles, and those were kind of like, that was like cutting edge material at the time. From a technological standpoint, they were just really impressive because we hadn't seen anything like that on console before, really. Yeah, lots of really strong stuff here. It's really good stuff. Deviant Pi is another one they ported to this, which is interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of unique content here. So the question is, what am I going to start off with first? Let's see. Let's start off with the Sega CD. I can't play OutRun yet because Leo wants me to play OutRun when he gets back later. He's the racing game fan here. Unfortunately, they have OutRunners, which really just isn't all that great on Genesis. This is actually one of those examples of a game that really disappoints me to this day, and really disappoints me that history turned out the way it did, because this is a game that should not have been ported to Genesis. They should have waited and ported it to Saturn or something like that, because Arcade Outrunners is amazing. Genesis Outrunners is poop. Yeah, I just said it. It's just not... Yeah, it's highly disappointing. I actually much would have preferred OutRun 2019, but I can't remember if they put that on the first Genesis Mini. OutRun 2019 is a much more fun game. But alright, let's start off with a Sega CD game, since that's kind of like the special sauce here. So we'll do Final Fight. Some of these games actually do have different region versions that you can play. Like Sonic CD, you can play the PAL version and get their soundtrack instead of playing the American soundtrack. However, if you pick the PAL version of Sonic CD in particular, it'll actually run at 50 Hertz, and so it's not a great gameplay experience, but you do get the original soundtrack. Final Fight doesn't have a different region option that you can pick for it. Don says, no Super Fantasy Zone. No, not that I'm aware of. Hey, Palcho, welcome back. And Barone, thanks again for that super chat, man. Belucius says, Truxton is God's favorite game. Even more proof that God doesn't exist. Hey, Lord JP, what's going on, man? It's been a little while. I see Nick. He says tipsy purchase. Haha, been there, done that a few times. Yeah. Yeah, there are lots of times where I tell myself, like, I am not buying this thing, I'm not buying this thing, and then I get drunk one night, and then it starts to seem like a really good idea. Yeah, no, actually, the Truxton thing, I'm gonna go ahead and skip through this, because it's got, constant talking. The Truxton thing is actually kind of funny. It's basically, like, a meme in, like, the retro gaming scene. There's a lot of people that absolutely adore the first Truxton. I don't care for it very much. I don't think it's a great game. You know, even the arcade original, I didn't really... you know, didn't really do much for me. Truxton 2, which is a lot more obscure, I think is a lot more fun, personally speaking, but it was also many years after the first Truxton. But whenever someone mentions Truxton, I just kind of like roll my eyes. I'm like, okay. That was funny, though. That was funny. I see Altair, welcome. Adrian asks, how's the emulation on this? Thought about getting one. It's about the same as it is on the Genesis Mini 1. You know, they were both made by the same people, and so, yeah, the emulation's pretty decent. Yeah. Unfortunately, something to be in mind, or keep in mind with the Genesis Mini 2s, I do not believe it has been publicly hacked. Whereas the Genesis Mini 1, you can hack it and just put on any game that you want. So the Genesis Mini 2, you're basically locked to the internal game selection. That is it. So if you're buying this with the plans to modify it, that's probably not going to work. So just keep that in mind. And remember, it's about 90 bucks on Amazon. I'm not sponsored or anything. I bought this with my own money. 90 bucks on Amazon. Yeah, it says $91.42 right now. And then I had to pay like $20 to $30 for shipping. They ended up being like 115 or 120 plus after it was all said and done. Because these are actually, despite this being an American version, they're all shipped from Japan apparently. So, you know, that can be an issue for some of you guys out there. Especially some of you guys out there in the UK where you got to pay like crazy customs fees and stuff like that. So Don says Truxton is like Fire Shark Light. Well, Truxton did come before Fire Shark, came out a couple years before Fire Shark. So, you know, that makes sense. You know, Total Plan, who made all those games, they did, you know, they had like Tiger Haley, and then eventually Fire Shark and Truxton, and not Fire Shark, but Flying Shark, and then Truxton and whatnot. And, you know, as they kept making games, you know, they would improve on the previous formula, and, you know, they'd get better and better. And it was an evolutionary period for shoot 'em ups, honestly. And Total Plan was a big part of that. Leo says, nice lineup, but I wish it had a few more Sega CD games. Yeah, me too. I wish there were more Sega CD games on here. Absolutely. I'm actually really disappointed that there's no Lords of Thunder. Lords of Thunder ended up getting on the TurboGrafx Mini, and the Sega CD version has a few differences, and they're both worth playing. And that is just like a top-tier Sega CD game for me. It's Lords of Thunder. Same with Bari Arm, aka Android Assault. I would have absolutely loved to have seen that on here. Both those games, by the way, are also really expensive. They're not very cheap to obtain. So having like expensive titles on here is actually a nice thing, because for the people that don't like to, you know, emulate, or people that have real hardware but don't want to like burn CDRs, you know, a little mini console like this with like really expensive titles that are hard to get is convenient for people like that. So, but still, it's still a strong lineup. I mean, the Sega CD titles that are featured here are mostly pretty good. I mean, really, the only duds I would say are Super Shark and Night Trap, and that's really only because, you know, yeah, they're just not great games. But again, from like a historical standpoint, they are, I think, actually somewhat important titles for Sega in particular. You know, they really went hard at the FMV thing, and it just, you know, having those on here is kind of like giving people a taste of what that era was like when the Sega CD was brand new. But the other games are actually pretty strong. Even Mansion of Hidden Souls, which a lot of you guys might not be too familiar with, it's actually a pretty decent kind of point-and-click style adventure game. Not even point-and-click, really. It's more like, it's more simplistic, like Lunacy on Saturn, which you just kind of like tap a direction to like investigate something, and then you do, and then, you know, it's solid. Definitely recommend that. Hopefully I can eventually do like a live stream of that game, or like a quick play or something, depending on how long it is. I haven't beaten that game since the 90s. Yeah, so this version of Final Fight, I've actually played a lot on stream. Every time I do a Sega CD variety stream, it's like, I have to play this game. It's just an awesome conversion. It's not arcade perfect, but it is really, really good for the time. Lots of great animation and stuff like that. Huge sprites. A lot of characters on screen at once. And the updated soundtrack they made for this, the Sega CD version, is just pretty sweet as well. I'm playing as Guy, who was in the arcade game, but was chopped out of the original Super Nintendo port. Probably for memory issues, or memory reasons. Since Final Fight Super Nintendo was actually a really early title for that platform. But that's also where the Sega CD version excels. It's got, you know, some content that you won't find in the Super Nintendo one. It's got the missing industrial level, and it's got Rolento, the boss from that stage. Hey, Girl Geek, welcome back. Altair says, any recommendations on shmups? For what systems? And what have you played, and what do you already like? That could help us narrow things down for you. Honestly, what I would do, if you're not that familiar with the shoot 'em up genre, is go to shmups.com. That site has been around since the 90s, and it's still around. They have this listing called the Xenocide. Is it Xenocide Files? I don't remember. Basically, they just have a listing of most of the shmups from, you know, all the mainstream consoles from back in the day, like Genesis, Super Nintendo, NES, PlayStation, Saturn, whatever. And you can use that to get an idea of what's out there. And a lot of that page actually has like reviews and stuff. And you can get an idea of what, for one, what's out there, but also try to get an idea for what you might like. Really, I would just do something like that. Everyone here's got different tastes in shoot 'em ups. They're gonna, one person's gonna recommend something, and the next is gonna be like, no, that game sucks. So it's kind of arbitrary. Girl Geek accidentally muted the stream. Good job. YouTube chat is the best chat, though. Trying to play it somewhat safe here. Altair's been playing a lot of Dodonpachi Resurrection. If you like that, Cave has many, many other games like that. Oops, I almost... Okay. Are you serious? My foot just came out to jump kick him, and, like, he overrode my attack. But there's a lot of really great stuff if you like Dodonpachi Resurrection. You know, Mushihime-sama is really great, and it's also one of the easier cave shooters. Escaluda 2. Of course, you've got all the prior Dodonpachi games, starting with Donpachi, and then Dodonpachi, and then Dodonpachi Daiojo, and stuff like that. It's just, there's actually a bunch of games in that series. I would recommend some of the horizontal bullet hells by Cave, like Death Smiles. Death Smiles is awesome. And Akai Katana. I think all those got re-releases over the last couple of years. M2 also did a bunch of Shot Triggers releases, of Cave releases, like Ketsui. Dangon Feveron, which is really fun, although that's not quite the same as like Dodonpachi or something like that. It is got a different vibe to it. Esprade is another one that's one of the Shot Triggers releases. Very good game, very good bullet hell from the late 90s. But yeah, for stuff from like the 80s and 90s, and probably very early 2000s, I would look at the shmups.com list, and then shmup releases kind of have slowed down in the last 20 years in terms of like actual brand new, really high quality releases. A lot of the stuff that's come out more recently has been conversions of stuff, ironically, from the 90s. Yeah, there's some other cool, like, newer shmups, though, I have played, like, I think it was Zero Gunner? Was it Zero? Not Zero Gunner. Zero Gunner was an old, Sikyo shmup, I believe. God, I've already forgotten the name. Zero something. It's like an indie shmup. It's really high quality. If the name comes to the top of my head, I'll definitely name it off. Radiant Silvergun's a great game, but there's a really steep learning curve to it. A lot of people play it and don't really enjoy it right away. But it is definitely one of those games where, like, you really want to stick with it. And when you do, it becomes, like... Radiant Silvergun is my personal favorite shoot-'em-up. You know, I played it right when it came out back in the day on Saturn, and then eventually owned the arcade board, and I've owned every other version since. You know, from Xbox 360 to Switch. Pouncher, that's it. Zero Ranger, that's it. Zero Ranger is pretty awesome. Highly recommend that. Alright, Katana. Its name in the arcade version is Sodom. Or Sodom, like sodomy. So yeah. Unfortunately, this is not fully uncensored. Oh, why did you let go? Why did you let go? That makes no sense. He's gonna dash at me. Yep. Hey, Office, welcome back. Yeah, this boss is a real pain in the ass. What? Why did that not connect? Well, my jump kick's barely doing anything to him. Holy crap. That sucks, man. Usually I don't do that bad on this fight. That's terrible. Oh well, that means we can switch to another game sooner. Alright, so we have a little bit of a bonus round here. There's a couple of these throughout the course of the game. Leah, what do you mean by games that were edited? Final Fight here, this is how it was back in the day. They didn't make any changes to it, as far as I'm aware. Or the Mini 2. But like, the change of names on some of the bosses, that's normal from back in the day. Oh, he didn't even say, "Oh, my car." That's weird. Yeah, the guy's supposed to come out and say, "Oh, my car." In the arcade, he goes, "Oh my god!" It's pretty funny, actually. Because his voice is so, like, exaggerated. But in the home versions, they go, "Oh my car." I like both, actually. Yeah, if you can dig up the list, Leo, let me know. And let us know what they changed in the Mini 2. Whoops. Well, I got an extra life at least. So in Final Fight, especially, you've got to work on crowd control, which is keeping all your enemies on one side of the screen. If you can't do that, you're going to get annihilated in this game. Oh, VGA says he does say it, but only when you successfully destroy it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I'm used to successfully destroying it. It's like... I think that's actually the first time I've played that bonus level and have not destroyed the car, like, in a really, really long time. But also, if I play as Guy, I typically grab the pipe, and I didn't do that. I just decided to punch it. Lazy Gamer, this is the Sega CD version. If you couldn't hear by the background audio. Yeah, one of the perks of the Mini 2 is the Sega CD editions. That's one of the big selling points, honestly. For me. Executioner you might be able to, but that's something that I've never really done, even in the arcade game. I've seen people do it, the stun lock that you're talking about, but no, I haven't really tried it. Whoops. Alright, let's see if the jump strat works. I was playing the SNES version, I think on our Super Nintendo stream, actually. Like last week or the week before. And the jump kick strat was not working in that version. It looks like it works in this one. Hey, Dustin, welcome back. Every version of Final Fight has like some slight differences that makes specific encounters much more difficult or easy, depending. But these guys have crazy priority, so like I don't want to get up and just punch them. They'll grab me from what feels like a mile away. VGA, yeah, the Super Nintendo version only had, I think, 3 enemies on screen, maximum. Whereas the Sega CD version has, I think, 4. Alright, there we go. I just love, like, the animation frames in this. It's very nice. Okay, that's just cheap. Is the AI on this game cheap? Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. But, I mean, there are definitely ways to, like, control the crowds in this game. Honestly, despite Final Fight's difficulty, I do think the game is actually a lot more fair than a lot of beat-em-ups. It's just hard. It's just like a natural hard. Like, things get really intense. Especially the arcade version. Whoops. This is where he tries to shoot me. Got him. GS Mikey says this is my favorite version of Final Fight, hands down. Welcome back, Mikey. Alright, let's see if we can stand here. Oh, oh, shoot, I didn't get it. You can actually squeeze your way between these. Yeah, and then just kind of sit here. But this is a level that was chopped out of the Super Nintendo version. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's always a tough part. Barone says, fun fact, this port has more concurrent voices and sound effects being played at the same time than either the arcade or the X68000 versions, thanks to the Sega CD sound chip. Very cool. Hey, Kaku Demon, welcome back. Yeah, the only thing about Guy is that he's really weak compared to the other two characters. He's got really good reach. And, you know, he's fairly quick, but taking out big groups of enemies like this takes a lot longer with him. Especially if you want to play it safe. Barely have any health. Great. Probably not gonna survive this. Yep. Hollywood always just wrecks me. I don't believe Final Fight CD originally saved any data to the Sega CD's internal memory, but here you can technically do a save slot like this, and then so whenever I want to like, you know, have my scores back, when I start the game, I can just pull this up, go to load, and then boom, there we go. We're back to where we were. And my scores are there and whatnot. So kind of a nice little feature on these mini consoles. Crestline has made it back. Welcome back, Crestline. All right. What's on the docket next? We'll do a little bit of OutRun. This was a fun conversion from back in the day. It's not arcade perfect, not anywhere close, but it's still a solid little game, and I definitely recommend it. Alright. After this, maybe I'll do one of the newer, like, enhanced games, or the newer ports, just for this, this console. But yeah, we've got difficulty levels. Pro. I'll leave it on normal for now. And we'll go ahead and start.
Get ready.
One thing I like about this version specifically is that you just press C to gear up or gear down. And a lot of other conversions of OutRun prior to this, they were on platforms that only had 2 buttons or so, like the Master System. And so you'd have to press up or down to shift, and a lot of times you'd find yourself shifting by accident because the D-pads weren't that great. I think the Turbo or PC Engine version might have been the same way too, where you have to press up or down to shift. And of course, you get a separate brake button in this one too, which is nice. So you got brake, gas, and shift. Whoops. Mo Man, welcome to the stream.
Checkpoint.
Don says, OutRun was always the perfect comfort game. Yeah, it really is for me. It's one of my all-time favorite driving franchises because of that. It's just comforting whenever I play it. Chill music, chill visuals, chill driving. Well, sometimes chill driving. If you want to actually get decent at this game and try to actually finish it, especially in the high difficulties, it gets actually quite intense, but the normal difficulty in the Genesis version is actually pretty moderately balanced. It's not that hard once you get it dialed in. The text on the back of that truck was backwards.
Checkpoint.
It looked like it anyway. I actually have a full Let's Play of this game on my channel from many years ago, where I actually went through all the routes. If you go through all 5 routes, get all 5 endings, you actually get a special ending at the very end. It's pretty cool.
Checkpoint.
Alright, second to last route. There's only 5 stages. It's one of the nice things about OutRun is it's a good quick pick up and play kind of game. You can fire it up, do a course or 2, and then go play something else. Or go about your day. Oh, the back of that truck is Birin. I don't know what that means. Some Japanese word, I guess. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Shoot. Yeah, running into things is really bad. You lose so much time. I think we'll still be fine. There's a little more leeway in this version compared to the arcade. Yeah, we're good. And then the last course typically doesn't take as long to go through. So we're pretty much good on time, I think. We have, yeah, 74 seconds. A little over a minute. Crestline says he's never played OutRun. It looks like Hang On, but with cars. That's basically what it is. I mean, it's made by some of the same people. And, yeah.
Congratulations!
Danielle says it's wordplay on Kieran. Leo says Streets of Rage 3 apparently lost a stage. What stage is that, Leo? Thunder Force 4 has a new fast mode. Truxton has revised music that's arcade accurate. And Viewpoint has slowdown removed. Are you talking on the first level? Because that's a normal change from... Yeah, so Leo, I thought you were talking differences from... things that were changed for the Mini 2, and that harbor thing on Streets of Rage 3, that was done in the US version back in the day. Like, they chopped that out. I guess because it was offensive to some people. I did a Let's Play of the Japanese Bare Knuckle 3, and unless you're talking about a different level later on in the game. But I thought the harbor was like the very first level. This guy's list was portrayed as changes for the Mini 2. Barone says the US version originally shortened that area, the Mini version completely chopped it. Oh. Well, that's weird. Okay. I wonder why they didn't do, like, just the original American shortened version. That's odd. Kind of a weird change. If, like, I mean, the character wasn't even there to begin with in the American version, so... But, yeah. Oh, look at that. I already have, saves for, some of my scores. This must have been when I was playing this a few months back on Twitch. Interesting. Forgot I did that. Alright. Alright, we'll do, Space Harrier 2 to show off the smooth version of it. They also included the original Space Harrier, which is neat, but a little redundant if you've got more arcade-accurate versions elsewhere, but I'll show that off later, too. Yeah, they call it Sega Mark V. Yeah, so for anyone that hasn't played the original Space Harrier 2, it was extremely choppy on the Genesis. It was a very, very early release, and it was just unbelievably choppy. I could never get into it because of how bad it was, how choppy it was. Some people enjoy the game, but me, I couldn't do it. But this kind of fixes it, and is a lot more fun to play as a result. I've only played this version once, so who knows how far we'll get. Probably not that far, but we'll see. I'm pretty familiar with the original Space Harrier. I've gone all the way through that multiple times. I like that you can just run along the ground and destroy objects. In the various close to arcade accurate Space Harrier ports back in the day, like on 32X or Saturn, you would run along the ground and there was a glitch where your shots would just go through ground-based objects. But that's not the case in this one. Whenever you hear like a little like tink sound or like a little beep, that's your character actually locking onto enemies in the background. It's not exactly obvious. Oh, that was my fault. Oh, again? Too busy reading chat.
Get ready.
Still have 3 lives.
You're doing great.
We got floating jellyfish. Okay. We got clams. And creepy space dudes. Okay. This game is definitely weird. I mean, the first Space Harrier was pretty weird too, but this one just takes the cake. And I can't seem to hit anything, jeez. Oh, the robots from the first game.
Get ready.
Yeah, unfortunately, Space Harrier 1 was never ported to Genesis back in the day. I wonder how it would have turned out. Thankfully, we did get one on 32X down the road, and that was actually pretty good. It does seem like extra lives are fairly numerous in this, because I've already died a bunch of times, but I still have 3 lives left. Adam, it is a different version of the game, yeah. God, I gotta say, it's really hard to actually hit stuff in this one. Like, I'm just mashing the fire button, I'm still missing all these enemies. Oh, I'm missing lots of enemies, I should say. No, Gradius, you gotta remember, Gradius came out in like 1984 or something like that. Yes, Gradius reuses basically the same boss on almost every level. That's normal. You gotta understand that when shmups were a thing back then, they were not as advanced as they are now. That was like a very much an evolutionary period. You gotta keep that in mind when you play shooters of that era. Like, you play something like Xevious, which came out a couple years before Gradius. It's even more basic and repetitive. Like, don't ever assume that your games are glitched. Remember that they're very old. I'm going to guess much older than you. Hey, Will, how are you doing, sir? Yeah, Gradius was like the first of its kind, really. It was a really advanced game when it came out, but it still has a lot of features that are pretty archaic, like reusing the same boss. What the hell are we dealing with? This is wild. These bosses are crazy. A space feline. Life Force came out after Gradius. Life Force was the original sequel to Gradius, and was called Salamander in Japan. Gradius is the first game in that entire series. It's not weird. Don't overthink it, man. Seriously.
You're doing great.
It went Gradius, Life Force, and then Gradius 2. And Gradius 2 was a huge jump up design-wise. Much more boss variety and stuff like that.
Get ready.
Oh my god, are you serious? These, projectiles come out pretty fast. Like, you really just gotta stay away from enemies. If they're up close, like, yeah, just stay far away. Yeah, Don. Scramble, which was like a predecessor to Gradius, sort of. I don't think it was seen as such in Japan, or back in the day, I should say, not in Japan, but back in the day. But I think more recently, Konami has come out and said, like, yeah, this is officially a part of the Gradius series or something like that. Scramble's a really fun game, though. I like that a lot. Weird space dudes again. Ooh, I almost got hit by that. Space Necromancer? I have no idea. Look at this! None of it is connecting. Oh, I just have to connect with this specific one, I guess. Hurts my hands.
You're doing great.
This is wrecking my thumb. Hey, Dasan, how are you doing? Leo says I'm halfway there. Okay, what the hell am I looking at? I mean, gotta give this game props for being more like an HR Giger thing. Just being weird.
Get ready.
Space Harrier 1 was not weird like this is.
You're doing great.
Bonus level? Nope, no bonus level. I will say this does get, I think, a little more repetitious compared to Space Harrier 1, because a lot of the levels are basically just the same thing over and over. Like, I'm seeing the same columns flying at me over and over. Oh, why did I do that? I told myself not to stay that close to enemies. And what did I do? I sat right in front of them. Like, their projectiles appear so quickly, you don't have time to react. So, like, it's not safe to just sit right in front of an enemy like that. I wonder how many kids back in the day actually beat this game in its original incarnation. With the super choppy frame rate.
You're doing great.
Yeah, but what's cool about this version of Space Harrier 2 design is that they basically remade it and were able to, like, iron out the frame rate and stuff like that and have better scaling and sound. It's pretty cool. It's a nice little addition, I'd say. Maybe we can get ourselves an extra life by clearing these guys out. Get some bonus points. Yep, got an extra life. Very nice. Leg day, frogs.
You're doing great.
Don says he beat the original Space Harrier 2 once in the early 2000s. Nice. How painful was that, Don? Or did you actually have fun with it? I'm almost tempted to try it now. Obviously not on this stream, because it's not on here. I think Space Harrier 2, you have to play the updated version. I don't think they have the original on here. Oh.
Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Oh, there we go. Shoo!
You're
Just
doing
losing all my lives. Oh my god! Yeah, I'm just sitting right in front of them. Not a good idea! Like, Space Harrier is one of those games where it's like, they want you to just keep moving. That's the strategy. Keep moving around in circles. And I'm not doing that. It's like the second you stop, you're gonna get shot. Okay. There is a auto fire mechanic in this that you can turn on in the options menu. I left it disabled, and so if you hold the button, it just does this fire rate. Are you serious?
Get ready.
What? But if you keep mashing the different fire buttons, you can actually fire really, really quickly. Kind of like Darius Guiding on Sega Saturn.
You're doing great.
Don says it's honestly not that bad. You have to adjust to the delayed frames. The original Space Harrier 2. I knew I was gonna run into that. I thought I could just barely miss it, but no. I didn't have enough room. Hello, would you like to play a game? Some weird bosses, man, like how they end up on the same plane as you, and you can't really tell that they're doing that. And then he splits apart, and it can hurt you, but before that, he just sits right in front of you, so it's so weird.
You're doing great.
Yeah, it's total trial and error. You know, I could actually see myself like one credit clearing this game. Just getting familiarized with all the bosses and some of the enemy types. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! That was garbage. Yeah, and just figuring out those weird quirks to the game, and I could probably eventually like clear this pretty easily. Tonsis, I will say that Harrier has snappier movement than the helicopter from Super Thunderblade. Yeah, almost everything has snappier movement than that. And Tonsis, your best strategy is to farm lives through points. Oh, that was the last level? Are you serious? Wow, we were real close. Yeah, I could obviously clear that then on one credit if I just give it some practice. I'll probably do that sometime. That'll make for a fun little playthrough, either on one of my side channels where I just make a basic long play. We'll go ahead and save it just to keep my score. And Barone says play Space Harrier 1. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, part of the point is showing off some of the stuff that you really can't get anywhere else. The hidden deflicker thing a try. Does that even work on the first Space Harrier, Leo? Let me see. What were you... He said something about it earlier.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
Highlight options. I don't know if it's going to work with the first Space Harrier, so hold right on the D-pad, press A. Deflicker on. There you go, Leo.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready. Welcome
All right.
to the fantasy zone.
Space Harrier 1 ported to the Sega Genesis. Yeah, I don't remember what this looks like without the deflicker turned on, but it's still flickering. Yeah, this is one of those things that's, it's kind of neat, but like the song was saying, it's maybe a little redundant. You know, like me, I've had access to the 32X and Saturn ones for so long. And of course you can emulate the actual arcade game through MAME or something like that. But it's still pretty cool. It's a nice little bonus, I think. Like, you'll notice some of these enemies, just right out of the gate, they're appearing much farther away. They're not, like, right in your face like a lot of them are in Space Harrier 2. Also, if you've never seen Space Harrier 1, it is not nearly as weird as the second game. You're fighting, like, dragons and stuff like that. The Japanese really like their rock faces for some reason.
You're doing great.
Hassan prefers Afterburner. What are you smoking, man? Afterburner is so cool looking, but it's, God, that game's almost unplayable to me. Afterburner feels like total luck. Like Space Harrier are actually dodging stuff and shooting and aiming. I love just the edginess of Afterburner, but God, like the actual gameplay itself, I've never been able to feel like I'm in full control of that game. Oh, jeez.
Get ready.
It's one of those games that's like total style over substance for me. Which sucks because the style's really, really good in Afterburner. Music kicks ass, the scaling's just amazing.
You're doing great.
Yeah, this game does not hand out extra lives like candy. Oh, jeez, what did I do that?
Get ready.
Yeah, I will say the flicker in this version is not great. It definitely makes it a little difficult to play. Because enemies and bullets literally just disappear. And that's what deflicker turned on.
You're doing great.
Although I wonder what, like, the level 2 deflicker looks like. Hey Leo, you know what I want to see in a Mini 3? Is I want to see Sega 32X support. And as the bonus game, they should get Vic and Barone's team to include Doom 32X Resurrection. That'd be amazing, actually.
You're doing great.
Make it advertised on the back of the box. Includes special Doom that's better than PlayStation Doom. The 32X you thought that never existed. Well, here it is. Oh, jeez. I'm just losing interest in this game.
Get ready.
Honestly, if there was a Mini 3, I don't think I'd buy it. I'd like to see one. I'd love to see one with 32X stuff and one with more Sega CD games. But without these things being hacked, it's kind of like a really limited proposition. You know, I've got so many mini consoles now, and I've had so many over the years, and you know, if I can't blow the doors wide open on them, I'm just kind of like, they just end up collecting dust, because I have other ways to play these games. Although with that said, I think that is why some of these newer conversions on here that are kind of exclusive are important, because it kind of gives you a bigger reason to invest in these things. Holy crap! Holy crap! Do you not even get extra lives in the first Space Harrier? It might be one of those games where it's just 3 lives and you're done. And one thing I really liked about the Mini 1 was that I could add games to it, and so when I had a Genesis Mini, I did end up hacking it and just soft modded it, and then, you know, installed a bunch of games on it. But apparently you can't do that with the Mini 2. And honestly, it would be great if I could. If I could, like, turn it into a mini Sega CD box or something like that. My real hardware is becoming more and more fickle. I was doing some Sega CD last night on Twitch and found out my Sega CD Model 2 no longer works. It's been in a box for the last year. So if I just had like a little emulation device that was really good, and it just had all the ISOs I wanted, then, you know, I'd have a really good reason to keep this little console. To get my Sega CD fix, you know?
You're doing great.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Leo, like, I wouldn't mind, like, a Master System Mini. Why not? I'm sure that would do decently well in certain parts of the world. Maybe make a Master System controller with an actually good D-pad for once. That'd be worth it in and of itself. And if someone, like, blows it wide open, you can just have every Master System game on it. Ooh, make it a Master System Game Gear combo. Yeah, but ultimately I ended up selling my first Sega Genesis Mini because I got another Mega SG by Analog, like Leo had mentioned. He uses his Analog Mega SG, which you can just blow that wide open with Game Gear, Master System, Genesis, and ColecoVision. And then I had a Mr. FPGA. I mean, I still technically have it, but it's out of commission right now. Which I think that's going to be my ultimate solution, is just getting my Mr. working again. But I'm a little wary of the Mr.'s long-term reliability. A little mini console like this barely has anything inside of it. It's like, these things are probably going to last a really long time. So if I could just have a tiny little, you know, 4x4 box that does like all the Sega CD I want, that would be amazing. Alright, let's see. Here, this is for Desan, because he's a huge fan of this game. Although, unfortunately, it's just the Genesis version. It's not like the 32X one or the arcade one. Hey, Jason, welcome to the stream. You never get to see me live. You always enjoy catching the stream replays. Hell yeah. Well, thanks for watching the archives. That's what they're there for. For people that can't make the live stream. Yeah, the only unfortunate thing to sign about the Mega SG is that you have to have an actual Sega CD plugged up to it, so that doesn't get around my real hardware dilemma. Oh, actually, you know, one thing I was going to do is I was going to change the border again. Let's go back to the settings. Yeah, like Leo said, Adrian, that's just a, it's basically the base platform. You're still going to need the memory modules and stuff like that, so it's still going to be expensive to build. But it's nice to see another alternative. Wallpaper settings. Let's go with, oh, look at that! They got a 32X in there. What a tease. If you look closely at that Genesis on the left, it's got a 32X attached to it. Oh, man. Oh, and one more thing I'll do is, I'll change the audio settings to be based around the Mega Drive 1 or Genesis 1. Hey, Liberal Arts Guy, welcome back. You're gonna play Dasan's favorite game. Don says Afterburner, the game I have mixed feelings about. Yeah, Adrian, I mean, if you have a PC like that's pretty strong, you don't really have a need for a Mister. I mean, if you have a PC that's like purpose-built for emulation. But the Mister is tiny. It's a real tiny little box. It actually takes up... Well, it's taller than a Genesis Mini 2, but it's actually not as wide as it, so like it actually takes up very, very little space. Look at this. We're going to have this on easy, and we're still going to get annihilated, I guarantee you. Yeah, so they have you shooting automatically in this one. And you can shoot enemies that are up close to you, but there's not many enemies up close to you in this game. And let's see. A speeds you up. And you can lock onto enemies. When he says fire, you can shoot homing missiles. But you have a finite amount of homing missiles. I mean, this honestly wasn't a bad version of the game back in the day. It runs really well. It looks decent. The enemy layouts and stuff, I think, are pretty close to the arcade game. Alright, recharge. Over Arts Guy says, did I play Clay Fighter yet? No, and I don't plan on it. Genesis Clay Fighter is kind of terrible. I actually went and tried to learn it after I did my Super Nintendo Clay Fighter Let's Play. About 2 years ago now, I think? And the Super Nintendo version's really fun. Like, the combat's actually pretty decent. The Genesis one, like, they completely borked the combat. Like, it is not good. So, like, no, I don't want to show off that game. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's just something about how, like... I forgot what it was off about the Genesis version. It was something with the combat. I think the AI was extremely cheap. But also, there might not have been any chip damage in it. And, like, the enemies may have just been constantly blocking, like, everything. In the Super Nintendo version, they tend to block a lot, but there's chip damage, so... And good chip damage, too. Like, with Bad Mr. Frosty, you throw a snowball projectile or whatever, or do his fist projectile. It's, like, you're still taking off a chunk of their health, and so, you know, you can just keep doing chip damage to the enemies, but I don't even think you could do that in the Genesis one. It's just really... ugh. Oh, right into it. What's funny about Afterburner is that the enemies don't actually move. They're just kind of like sitting there in dead space, but you're moving forward, and so you end up like flying past them. And when you die, you'll notice all the enemies just stop. And if you slow down, so do they. It's really weird. Alright, well that's Afterburner 2. Oops. Oh, whatever. I continued by accident. I'll play a little bit longer. Desan, I hope this is fulfilling all your hopes and dreams. I keep looking at chat too. What I like about streaming to you guys is I can use that as an excuse because you guys actually talk a lot and I'm constantly looking down as I'm playing. But Afterburner is not a good game to take your eyes off the screen. It is not a good game to take your eyes off the screen. Don says, sounds like Clay Fighter has the TMNT Tournament Fighter problem. Kakademon asks, did I play the Mortal Kombat port on Sega CD? Yeah, I actually used to own that game. It's not on this mini console. That would have been actually a great addition. Have an MK1. Sega CD version. Yeah, don't chat and fly. Jason says, I'd rather play this than Mock Rider for the NES. I hate that game. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't really care for Mock Rider that much either. I actually picked up a cartridge of it recently, and when I do that, I intentionally try to put time into it, and it's kind of a janky game. Adrian says, isn't the Sega CD MK1 arcade perfect or pretty close? No. It's still a long way off from the arcade game, but it is much closer to the arcade game than any of the other home console versions at the time. And it's got the arcade soundtrack, which is pretty sweet. Alright. Damn it, Lure Arts guy. You had to plant the seed in my head, man. Why? Ooh, I need some water. Let's see if I can re-figure out why I didn't like this version. It's okay, guys. We'll actually play something good after this. I promise you. You know, when you play Final Fight CD and you start off with that, it's just all downhill from there. Jason, no, I have not beaten Atomic Runner. That's a really tough game. Are there a lot of repeats from the Mini 1, or is it a totally new library? Yeah, it's pretty much a new library. Clay Fighter! Clay Fighter! What am I doing with my life? we'll do Bad Mr. Frosty. It looks like we have some people out there that have never heard of this game before. This is a one-on-one fighting game. And the SNES version's actually really fun. It actually plays quite well. And it looks pretty decent too. Genesis version though, is very muddy looking, tons of dithering. Let's see. Just block. Well, she's at least taking the hits. Yeah, I just remember the AI being super aggressive in this one, too. And she's just constantly jumping at me. And there's like, I don't think there's anything I can really do about it. Oh, there's a little bit of chip damage. Okay. I'll have to go back and watch my Super Nintendo playthrough. Maybe it's just the AI being, like, stupid aggressive. I don't know. Yeah, good point, Leo. Yeah, Echo the Dolphin 1 is on here, but it is the Sega CD version, and it's the soundtrack in that game is just amazing. So I'm really glad they put the Sega CD 1 on here. That soundtrack deserves to live on. It's a beautiful soundtrack. Oh my god, this just does not feel good. She just keeps jumping in on me, and... wonder if I can just high kick her? Jump in, jump in. Do it. This is so shaky. Oh my god. No, that barely works. Wow, we barely won. Yeah, Don, if you get bored one day, go check out my Let's Play of it. I'll post it in chat for you guys if you want to see it. Wow, it was actually 3 years ago. Yeah, maybe that's one thing that I found was off too. They just keep jumping in this one. Yeah, one of my best friends and I growing up, he would rent the Super Nintendo one all the time, and we played it a ton, and it was a lot of fun. And then when I went back to it a few years ago, I was actually surprised at, like, how fun it still was. Then I went and I tried this version, because I was thinking, maybe I could do, like, a side-by-side long play, you know, record both versions side to side. And I found that this version was so much more difficult and not fun to play. Momances, was this game intended for kids? I believe so. I mean, a lot of games were back then. I mean, this was an era of video games that, you know, I think kids still made up, like, a majority of the customers. With, like, the PlayStation era, Sony was able to kind of break through to the mainstream, like, real mainstream, and appeal to, like, older gamers, and it's kind of been like that ever since. But, you know, the visuals and stuff like that, some of them still look pretty cool. Like, these were, I think, probably originally clay models. And, some of the characters do look pretty cool. Like, I've always liked Ikebod clay. Clay Fighter 63 and a third. No, that's something else. Yeah, I remember that game being wild. I remember it actually being kind of fun to play, though, when you actually learned how to play it. If I recall correctly, they used a combo system that was very similar to Killer Instinct. Yeah, exactly, Dasan. Stuff like Wipeout, yeah, Twisted Metal. I do wonder how this version would be to play, like, with an actual human. Dude, they have so much priority. Like, I'm trying to throw him, and it just was not working. Oh man, Loaded on PlayStation? Yeah, that game is, yeah, stupid difficult. And also very repetitious, too. We'll try the Blob. The Blob was super overpowered in the SNES game. What the hell is going on here? Like, this just doesn't make any sense. He just jumps over everything I'm doing. Trying to do my Razor Blade and no, barely working. And this is, like, in the Super Nintendo version, his Razor cuts through the enemies. And this one, it's like hitting them once and then he's bouncing off of them. Stop jumping! Good lord. You're making the game unplayable, Ikebod. I guess that was the point. Alright, I give up. Yeah, this version sucks. I don't usually say that about games, but man, there's something about Genesis Clay Fighter. Now, what kind of sucks about Clay Fighter is that when they announced it was coming to the Genesis Mini 2, people were all up in arms, like, God, it's a terrible game, blah, 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 but I think they were just dunking on Clay Fighter as a whole, and a lot of them hadn't really even played the Genesis version. The Super Nintendo version, I think, is actually a pretty decent game. I actually recommend Clay Fighter on Super Nintendo. But if you actually try to play the Genesis one, it is just, yeah, it's not a good experience. Hey, Nick Bowman, welcome to the stream. But like I said, like, I posted a link just a few chats ago to my Sega CD, not Sega CD, I'm all dyslexic right now. There's too much going on. To my Super Nintendo Clay Fighter playthrough. So you can kind of see, like, how much better it plays compared to the Genesis one. It also sounds a lot better. It's one of those games that was, like, it really excels with the Super Nintendo sound hardware. There's just lots of great voice callouts and stuff like that. So alright, I said we'll play an actually good game next time. So we're gonna play Populous. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like Populous, but the Genesis one is kind of sluggish. I might play it later tonight just to kind of show it off. But let's do something that is somewhat popular. We'll do some Sonic CD. And like I said, you can do the European version if you want with the original Japanese soundtrack, but it will run at 50 Hz from what it looks like. So we're going to play the American version. We'll play a couple levels here. Sonic CD's, I don't know, it takes probably about an hour and a half to go through, so we're not going to spend all night on it. Yeah, Liberal Arts Guy, that's what I remember about Clay Fighter 63 1/3, is that there's some stuff that was really cheesy or bad, but the gameplay itself was pretty fun once you got it, like, dialed in and you figured it out. Alright. I'll go ahead and do a new game. Leo's got to get up at 7. Right on, Leo. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Sonic CD. Actually one of my favorite Sonic games. One thing I like about it is there's a lot of exploration involved. I mean, you don't have to do that. You can just, you know, get your rings, try to get to the end of the level as fast as possible. But there's a time travel mechanic in this game. And if you successfully, you know, play around that, you can change how certain time eras of the game look and feel. It's pretty cool. So we just went back in time, and if you go back in time like this, there's a couple of devices that you can try to destroy, which will make your future good. And again, like I said, you don't have to play to this system, but it really makes for an interesting game. Like right here, it's Robo-Sonic, so you can destroy that. And then there's another box that we can destroy, and if we do that, we'll make our future good. It's pretty neat concept. A lot of people do say that the level design in this game is clunky compared to a lot of Sonics, and I think that's a valid observation to an extent. But I also think the gameplay is geared more towards exploration than most other 2D Sonics. It's not all about just going fast, it's about kind of like, okay, what am I gonna do here now? That sort of thing. I'm actually gonna come this way, come back up here. I think there's some rings. Can I actually get down here? Nope, apparently not. Yeah, if you get to the end of the level with 50 rings, you can go to a bonus stage. And the bonus stage actually does use some of the Sega CD's video scaling features, which is pretty cool. So I've got 30 rings. And I don't really want to get to the end of the level without having 50. Actually, I just saw a shield up there. There's also this thing called the Super Peel Out. It actually originated in this game. You hold up and press a button, and you can go fast. I think one of the machines that we have to destroy is actually up top here. Let's see. So the Sega CD actually had a pretty sweet, like, sound processor built in, and I believe this music for these past sections is actually being generated by that. It's got a very distinct sound compared to normal CD audio. There we go. Alright, so you have to basically just bust up a bunch of UFOs. You don't want to touch the water, it depletes your time really, really fast. Oops, I missed it. Alright, we've got one more. Got it. Very nice. Liberal Arts Guy says you can get a good future just by getting all the time stones as well. Yeah, that's true. I don't think you see the good future, like, immediately until you actually get all the time stones. I think that's how it works. Like, if I get a time stone on that previous bonus level and then one on this bonus level coming up, I think the boss level will still be a bad future. I think that's how it works. But once I actually get all the time stones, like, I think the rest of the game is always, like, a good future or something like that. Is that how it works? It's been a while since I've done that. No, I messed up that past sign. I was trying to warp to the past again, but I failed. Oh, that was close. Yeah, so you saw the spin dash from Sonic 2. What's actually kind of interesting about this game is I think it was kind of developed alongside Sonic 2. And so it's got some, it was done by a different team. It wasn't done by Sonic Team, from what I understand. And it's this really interesting look where it looks a lot like Sonic 1. And to the point where, like, they put the spin dash in, but there's no special spin dash animation like there is in Sonic 2. See, it's just Sonic rolled up in a ball. It's a little weird. Kakademon just clarified, he says if you get all 7 time stones, you get a good future on the boss levels from there on. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, let's see. Does the Mega SG allow you to stack peripherals like the Sega CD and 32X? It does. With the 32X, unfortunately, you have to... Oh my god. You have to use the analog DAC. Digital analog converter. But the Sega CD will work just fine out of the box. Via the Mega SG's HDMI. Alright, well I don't think I'm getting a good future in this one, so I'm gonna go ahead and just try to Oh, there's past. I was gonna say, just try to go to the bonus stage. Whee! Alright, so we're back in the past. And I'm gonna try to figure out how to get backwards. Oh, there's one machine. Let's see if I can do a super peel out here. Or, yeah, that's not working. Man, I might be stuck. Let's see. I was gonna say try to get some of those rings while I'm at it. Oh, I barely made it. Alright, so now we're gonna look for the Robosonic machine. Yeah, this is one of the things I like about Sonic CDs, that, like, even after all these decades later of me playing it, you know, I was playing it in the mid-90s on my Sega CD, like, all these years later, there's this extra layer of replay value trying to actually just explore. It's pretty cool. You know, for every other Sonic game, I'm basically just trying to get Chaos Emeralds. Chaos Emeralds and, you know... Yeah, that's basically it. Just get Super Sonic, then beat the game. And it looks like I came all the way back. Robo Sonic might be a little bit farther along, but I'm not sure. I just want to make sure I've explored everything before I go towards the end of the level. Liberal Arts guy, you cannot mod this. There's no mod publicly available. So the answer is no. You cannot load Sega CD ISOs. And that's one of the big bummers about it, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing any Robosonic here. Cacodemon, yeah, you're right. There was no Super Sonic in Sonic CD. That was a Sonic 2 and on thing. Robo-Sonic, where are you? There he is! Got him. Alright, it's the end of the level. Alright, so now if we go to this boss level, I think it should theoretically be a good future since we cleared out all the baddies in the past. The boss levels always take place in the future. So there's past, present, future. You always start off in the present. But the bosses are always in the future. And what's really cool about it, there's a different music theme for each past, present, and future. There's a music theme for the past, the present, the bad future, and then a good future. So there's like, I think 4 different musical cues for every level. It's really cool. Got it. Don says Sonic CD was produced by the Sega of Japan branch, while Sega of America worked primarily on Sonic 2, is I think what happened. Yeah, because there was, they were definitely working with Sega of America on Sonic 2. Yeah, so we've got a good future now. If, the bad future, this is all, like, industrial and smoggy, and the music's all depressing. Not really depressing, but it's not as bright and happy. Now we have, like, birds flying around and stuff like that. Flickies, I should say. It's probably flickies. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Like I said, this is totally optional. Even if you don't get all the time stones, the ending is still pretty cool. It's not like a like truly bad ending. It's not like anyone dies or anything. What I think ends up happening if you get the bad ending is, oh yeah, by the way, this, whoa, he's like pink in the good future. That's really funny. I never noticed that. Dr. Robotnik's pink in the good future. That's hilarious. I never noticed that before. Because I don't usually get the good future here. But what ends up happening at the very end is... Oh, you know, I didn't let the introduction full motion video play out, so you don't even know, like, what we're actually on. There's this, like, big floating egg in the sky, and you'll destroy it at the end of the game, but if you don't have all the time stones, it ends up, like, coming back, and then, like, the whole cycle just repeats. It's like, you go back in time and have to do it all over again or something. That's the bad ending. But the ending itself is still pretty sweet. There's some really nice animation. See, that's a future sign. And I can go into the future, but it doesn't really do me any good. It just kind of changes things up. You know, different visuals, different music, stuff like that. So ideally, if you take one of those signs, you probably want to go to the past, not the future. Nick, I don't do Star Wars games. I'm actually not, like, a mega Star Wars fan. I like the classic, you know, original trilogy, but I don't really play the games very much. And I don't really play them on stream, because a lot of them I get copyright claims on. Disney goes crazy with, like, copyright claiming the original Star Wars theme. So, yeah, no Star Wars game streams here, unfortunately. Yeah, I also don't even ever think of May the 4th. I just... It's a day that comes and goes. That's just me. I don't really... You know, the only day I actually think about coming up is 9/9/99, because that was the launch of the Sega Dreamcast. Yeah, May the 4th, I don't even ever think about that. What was I doing on May 4th? That was last weekend, wasn't it? What day was that? I might have actually been... Yeah, I think I was actually working. Yeah, that was Saturday. I was actually working. Alright, there's our past. Oh, that's not gonna work. I was hoping that would work. Oh, there we go. Well, this makes it easy. Yeah! I love that. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't like Star Wars games. There are some I do actually really enjoy. You know, I like Shadows of the Empire on the N64. I have played Dark Forces. I do like Dark Forces. You know, there's stuff like that I enjoy. And stuff I might eventually be able to stream, since I can kind of blot out the Star Wars music there. Well, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'd have to give them a try and see. Alright, so let's try to go backwards. I don't want that feature sign. Man, the past here actually looks pretty cool, and it sounds pretty cool too. Pretty funky music. I really like it. There's one thing about Sonic CD as well, is it just feels so creative. Like right down to the, you know, these past tunes. Okay, I don't want to hit that spring. I want to go back up here. Ah, damn it. It's not gonna let me. I somehow squeezed my way in there earlier, but now it's not working. Ugh. Oh, that was cheap. I did not see him there. Gotta love the pinball flippers in a Sonic game. Yeah, so I will say, years ago, I was actually trying to learn Super Star Wars on Super Nintendo, because everyone's like, it's such a hard game. And I discovered why it was so hard. The collision detection in that game is awful. It's some of the worst collision I have experienced on a 16-bit video game. There's, alright, there's Metal Sonic, that's good. There's this, it's like the second level, I think. You're on this, like, dozer, and you bust into it, and there's this, like, boss that shoots fire. And literally, I swear, like, I'd be halfway across the screen and still get hit by it when it didn't actually touch me. It's like there was a massive physical gap between the projectile and me, and I would still get hit by it. And I was like, this game sucks. I'm not playing it again. This is dumb. So, yeah. I actually legitimately wanted to learn that game because, you know, it's one of those games where everyone's like, God, it's so hard, and so, like, having a playthrough of it on my channel would be pretty cool. But it is extremely jank, which adds to the difficulty, unfortunately. It's one of those games that's hard for, like, all the wrong reasons. And it's a shame because, like, I like how the game looks, and I actually like how it plays. I like some of the gunplay and stuff like that. I did actually play quite a lot of Super Empire Strikes Back in the day. But I remember trying to go back to that too and thinking it was also pretty janky, and I just... Yeah, even Super Return of the Jedi, I just don't enjoy them the way I did back in the day. Like, Super Empire Strikes Back and Super Return of the Jedi are ones I actually played quite a lot growing up. No, I don't want to exit yet. I wanted to try to find that machine. Alright, later, Dasan. Have a good night. Hey, Adam, thank you very much for that $1. I appreciate that, sir. I'm not gonna make that. Oh, I got it! Nice! Of course, I landed in the water. Yeah, water here is bad. Your time just gets siphoned really, really fast. Oh, that's right, Low Arts Guy. You're still working at Disney. That's cool, man. Disney World, was it? Down in Florida? Yeah, so this is our present timeline. This is what it looks like in the present. I love how Sonic CD has all this stuff that really triggers the OCD in me. Gotta pop all the bubbles. Every single one. No, I'm just kidding. I do get distracted sometimes in games like these that have stuff like that. Here, I'll take the future. So you can kind of see what that's like. Whee! Got it. Yeah, I'm sure, Nick, they all use the same engine. And that's the thing, they're really jank now, but back in the day, it's like, do we really know any better? Not really. I just, you know, I had so much more time as a kid. Like, I could spend 8 hours a day playing video games. And, you know, so even if they were extremely difficult and janky, I would still put tons of time into them. Yeah, you can hear the music has more of that, like, reverby, echoey guitar. It's a little more spacey. I like what they were trying to go for with the American soundtrack. It's very different. Alright, so I've got 50 rings. These pinball flippers are the best. But yeah, this is what the boss future will look like if I don't go back into the past and get my goodies. Which we did not do. Yeah, Liberal Arts Guy, those are actually Star Wars games I do like. I do like the Battlefront games on the Xbox. Hey, John Evan, welcome back. Adam says, Shadows of the Empire I did learn to love. Yeah, Shadows of the Empire is, like, I think a legitimately, like, good game. I also think Star Wars works a lot better in 3D than 2D. I can't think of, like, a really good, like, 2D Star Wars game. The NES first Star Wars is, Empire Strikes Back on NES is also, It's just like, they're very, I don't know. You know, then again, I don't think it's that Star Wars couldn't be good in 2D. I think it's that almost all the classic 2D Star Wars games were, like, fished out to, like, Western developers, and Western developers, they couldn't design their way out of a bucket most of the time when it came to platformers. Like, Japanese had that market segment, like, on lockdown in terms of, like, good game design. And if Japanese developers created, you know, 16-bit Star Wars platformers, maybe they would have turned out a hell of a lot better. I don't know. Alright, there we go, we got it. Moman says Game Gear Star Wars is okay. I haven't played the Game Gear one in a long time, but I thought that was based on the NES game. I thought they were very similar. Garsh says, I got all 3 Star Wars SNES games on deep discount at KB Toys. It was like a closeout clearance or something. Just a few bucks. And I'm really glad I didn't pay a penny more. Yeah, they're brutal games. And Don, a little while ago, said Super Empire Strikes Back has a lot of, like, blind jumping that could kill you. I didn't like that level design. And that's a lot of the Star Wars, like, 8 and 16-bit games in general. Especially, like, the first one on NES. A lot of blind jumps on that, too. And if you end up landing in spikes or you fall too far, you take a ton of damage, and it's just, ugh. I was actually trying to play it just a couple weeks ago again. I'm like, you know, this would be a kind of a fun game to try to learn. About 10 minutes in, I was like, yeah, no, I'm done. Alright, let's go ahead and save our data here, and we'll go ahead and play something else. It looks like I actually have some data already, which is pretty cool. Now we'll go back to the main menu, and actually what I'll do is I'll do game reset, and I'll show off the introduction scene. It actually plays at the frame rate that the original Sega CD one did, so you guys can kind of see how far technology has come since the days of Sega CD. It's not that Sega CD wasn't capable of, like, smooth FMV or anything, but I think the way they do it on Sonic CD is different than your typical FMV title. Yeah, honestly, Liberal Arts Guy, I was kind of making a broad stroke there with relation to 2D Star Wars games. I think the Golden Age era stuff is different. You know, Atari had that series on lockdown in arcades and whatnot, and then, you know, there were conversions to, like, the 2600 and whatnot. And then, there were good Star Wars games in, like, you know, 32-bit era and on, but there's just something about the Star Wars games during the 8 and 16-bit eras that really just left a bad taste in my mouth, and I haven't really wanted to mess with the series too much since. So I'm mainly talking about, like, you know, the 8-bit and 16-bit Star Wars titles. Yeah, Episode 1 Racer's pretty fun, I agree. Especially if you play, like, the Dreamcast version. Yeah, a lot of people really rave about the Rogue Squadron games. And then Rogue Leader on GameCube. Alright. So there's a time attack mode in this game, which is pretty cool. And does this use the original RAM data screen? Let's see. Looks like it does. No, there's no data. Oh, I guess there is. Yeah, the saving in Sonic CD was always a little confusing, but that's actually... So the data on the right is actually the internal Sega CD RAM, and this is the RAM cartridge that you can plug into your console if you had a real Genesis with Sega CD. So there's an actual cartridge you plug into the cartridge slot, and you could back up Sega CD save files to that. The game to continue here is the game that's actually stored in this session, so you basically copy it over to your internal or external save backup. So kind of interesting. The Sega CD was the very first console platform I ever used that had internal saving. So yeah, it's very cool. Alright, let's change the backdrop again. Go back up to settings. Yeah, there's also this box styling as well. I feel like I want to say you can, like, turn this into, like, I don't know, change it to, like, Japanese settings or something. Yeah, we'll do this one. Let's see. Let's do Japan. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, check that out. Yeah, now it's Japanese versions of the games. That is something I actually looked up earlier. That's really awesome, actually. Oh, and actually, you know what? I gotta try something. I gotta try something here. Whew. Was Sewer Shark not released in Japan? It may not have been, because it's got the American box art there. Let me fire up Sonic CD. I'm kinda curious. Yeah, Liberal Arts Guy on Sonic CD. Okay, yeah, this is the American version. Here, let's go back. Yeah, I was wondering if this was gonna put it into Japanese for me. That's actually wrong. I gotta go to this option. Let's do the second setting. I wonder if it'll actually give me the Japanese version of the game. It might still just be the PAL version. Let's pop up Google Translate real quick, see what it says. No, it says Japanese version on the bottom. Can we get the Japanese music with the 60 Hertz refresh rate? I think so. Holy crap. Wow, I did not know you could do this. Just put the console in the Japanese, and then you get the actual Japanese version of Sonic CD. I mean, the Japanese game is amazing music. Alright, no problem, Nick. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate that. Alright. Let me jump into the game real quick. I'm just very curious to see what, like, the frame rate is like. Check out our RAM data. Oh, you know what? That's actually not going to work. Let's go to exit. We'll just start a new game. Yeah, it's running at the right frame rate. Okay. That is so interesting. So, I wish that wasn't so, like, kind of cryptic, though. Like, there's nothing on the main screen saying, oh, put it in the Japanese to play the Japanese versions of the games. Like, if you pick Sonic CD out of the box, it gives you the option for English or PAL, and if you play PAL, it's 50 hertz, so it's all like sluggish compared to the 60 hertz version. So the only way to play it in 60 hertz with the original soundtrack, the original Japanese soundtrack, is to switch it into Japanese. By the way, I think if you jump up here, yeah, you see the machine right here? You can't do anything to it. You have to go into the past to destroy it, so at least it shows you where it is. Yeah, I do wish there was it was more obvious that putting it into a different language would actually give you the import versions of the games, because that's a really awesome feature, actually. Now I actually am kind of tempted to keep this unit. Because, like, you know, I like playing Sonic CD in its original form. But I'd like to play it with the original soundtrack, too. I grew up with the American soundtrack, I love it. It's kind of like a personal favorite soundtrack from that time period, but, you know, it is awesome being able to play the actual Japanese one, too. Like, I'm kind of curious about poking around with some of these other Japanese version games. Japanese Night Trap. Yep, that's Mansion of Hidden Souls. That's gotta be War Song. Yeah, Rolling Thunder 2. Bare Knuckle 3. Okay, it is Bare Knuckle 3. Yeah, Axel has his original color. Same with Blaze. Hey, Ronnie. Yeah, Black Gift, you're probably right. That's actually another reason why I wanted to check this out. See if they got rid of Ash in the Japanese Bare Knuckle 3. Streets of Rage 3 is a pretty cool game. I actually have a playthrough of Bare Knuckle 3 on my channel. I had learned that a couple years ago. And it's got this charge system where, you know, when it flashes OK, you can press A to use your special without losing health. I don't think the game's as good as Streets of Rage 2, but it's still pretty decent. It's one of the better beat-em-ups of the time. Baseball bat. Gotta be using my specials more often, because they're basically free in this version. Yeah, so this would be the dock if we exit this. And people in chat are saying they just completely omitted it, even in the Japanese version here. Wow, the scene is just completely gone, even in the Japanese version. That's insane. They're just like, yeah, whatever. That's a real bummer. I really wish that, you know, companies would just leave stuff like that in. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like a peek into what the 90s was like. I don't know. I don't know, maybe it's for the better if they chop it out, but I don't know. I like things not being censored. For better or for worse, you know? It's... Yeah, no peer at all, Don. Not even like the shortened version for the original American version. Ugh. Adrian, yeah, there was a second half to the previous level we just played, or the previous section we just played, and it got chopped out completely because there was a character that was featured that was not politically correct, if you know what I mean. And so they in the American version back in the day, they chopped that character out. But in this version, on the Genesis Mini, whether you're playing the Japanese or American one, that whole section is just chopped out completely, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, exactly, Don. We're just missing a part of the game. Exactly. Yeah, for people that haven't really messed around with any of the Streets of Rage 3 versions, we're playing the Japanese one, and it is significantly easier than the American version. There are some other things changed in the American one. Aside from the first level, characters had different colored costumes for some odd reason. And, you know, there were difficulty balance tweaks and stuff like that. Probably a lot of other changes that I just can't really... I don't know off the top of my head, but... Yeah, generally, the Japanese version is seen as the superior game. A lot more fun because it's not as insanely difficult. Also, I think if you get rid of Ryu's trainer here... I think you unlock Ryu as a character, or something like that. Got him. Yeah, and he runs off. It's pretty cool. Adrian asked, didn't they used to make games harder in the US because of the rental market? It's a valid reason to make games more difficult back in the day. And that could have been very well why Sega decided to make it harder. But I don't know for sure. I can only speculate. think it's kind of cool is if you pick up a weapon and use your special, you'll do a special version of that weapon's attack. And it tends to be really powerful. And if you press up and jump while you're being thrown, you'll land on your feet, which is a nice little feature. It took me so long to get used to doing that, because I'm so used to playing games like Final Fight or TMNT, where if you get thrown, you're stuck getting thrown. There's no rebounding from that. This is basically like the Mona Lisa duo from the first Streets of Rage. Nice. Ah, that's right, I got a star. Forgot how that triggers, but basically the stars will turn your specials into more powerful versions. But now I'm like lunging across the screen really far when I do my forward attack. Whoa. Thought I was trying to grab him. Man, that guy has, like, tons of priority. Just save up my special for him. Oh, are you serious? I got hit by that. Watch this be health. Yep, it's health. God damn it. There's also a wind mechanic on this level. Alright, so we gotta bash through this. Lazy gamer? Yeah, I love the Dreamcast. Absolutely. Whoops. Are you serious? I lost my star because I died. Oh, that stinks. Obligatory elevator level. Yeah, I think if I had a star, I'd throw enemies a lot farther, too. Oh, that's right, the enemies can eat the food in this one. I always forget about that. Jason is back. Welcome back, Jason. I'm interested. If I have a pipe, using my special doesn't do anything with the pipe. I was hoping there would be a special move with the pipe. Yeah, so it does look like you can use a special with the knife. It's a one-time use with the knife, but it doesn't deplete your special meter, so you can kind of do two specials back to back. That's very useful. Bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye to me too. We got a fake Axel. He's an imposter. I wonder if he was going for that meat. Don says, I wish the Dreamcast was on the market for longer than it was in North America. Yeah, me too. I mean, anyone that was a fan of it back in the day, we all wish the same. It was such a good console. I mean, Sega really put their all into it, which is kind of crazy. A lot of really great software for it. A lot of really great software coming out constantly, too. It was one of the last of the, like, arcade-oriented consoles where a lot of the games were very arcade-centric. What do I think about Cobra Kai Season 6 being divided into 3 parts? I have zero thoughts because I have never seen the show. And I'm starting to think I probably will never see it at this point. I haven't watched it yet. I remember when it started off as a YouTube Premium exclusive. Actually really interesting. It's not doing my... Oh no, there it is. I was gonna say, it wasn't doing my special with the knife. There we go. Ah, fresh meats. Sorry, wrong game. Her name is Ruby? I wonder if it's supposed to be Ruby. It's gotta be, because one is Garnet. They misspelled Ruby. Got more enemies from Streets of Rage 2. Looks like I got my star back too. It must trigger based on score. Ooh, what do you think is more tasty, Castlevania Wall Meat or Streets of Rage Dumpster Chicken? You know, I gotta give it to the Dumpster Chicken. It always comes out looking a lot, you know, a lot nicer. I'm gonna go with the Dumpster Chicken. That's a fantastic question, Don. I wonder if there's a way to knock them down at just the right time so they get ran over by that cart. Yeah, maybe. Man, I haven't messed around with this game in a long time. It's fun. And ooh, I was gonna say that's gonna hurt. Ah, crap. Mistimed that. Come on, come over here. Man, these guys are whooping up on me. Ooh, Blaze is just like, no, I'm just gonna walk right through it. I remember this guy. I hate it how they go off the screen. That's not very cool. I can't hurt them when they're off screen. You know, I just realized it's, like, tough to earn extra lives in this game, too. At least the pattern seemed similar for all three of these guys. Oh, are you serious? He overrode my attack? That sucks. Ah, we got him. Nice. John Evans says, I got into Cobra Kai before they put it on Netflix. I guess I am one of those people that say, I got into it before it was cool. Or it was cool to do so, yeah. I was gonna originally check out Cobra Kai when it was on YouTube Premium, but that was when I was working in office and I would just sit on YouTube all night. I never did, and then I don't think it's a YouTube Premium thing anymore. And then it, you know, they continued the seasons on Netflix and stuff like that and other platforms. And then, you know, when a series like that starts going on for that long, I just kind of lose interest. But it was, you know, I did want to check it out when it first hit. So I was like, oh, I liked Karate Kid when I grew up, you know? Yeah, now my specials are even better. So I've got 2 stars. Hey, one up. Thank you. John Evans says, I think you will love Cobra Kai. No, I don't seem to throw enemies any farther with the extra star. I guess I'm just used to Blaze in Streets of Rage 1 in particular. She throws enemies like all the way across the screen. What I love about Streets of Rage 1 is every character has different traits. Like Blaze throws characters the farthest. Which is pretty cool. It's really good for crowd control. Yeah, it looks like you can still do this in this game. Tap, 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 tap. And Legend, welcome to the stream. Oh, that's right, Office. It was called YouTube Red at that time. Yeah, they switched it to YouTube Premium later, but it's still the same thing. Although, I don't know if they really do premium-specific content anymore. I thought that was a good way of trying to get people to, you know, give people an ad-free option while still giving them some extra perks. You know, trying to make it more into a streaming service while still being YouTube. Shame it didn't really work out quite the way I think YouTube had anticipated. Any beat-em-up recommendations on Switch? I don't have a lot of experience with Switch beat-em-ups. But Streets of Rage 4 is awesome. Highly recommend Streets of Rage 4. Some people like the River City Girls games. Those are on Switch, I believe. There's a game called The Takedown. I think it's The Takedown, or is it The Takeover? I don't know. It's The Take something. I've heard that's alright. There's Final Vendetta, I think. I think that's also another one. And there's a bunch of, like, compilations. Like, you got the TMNT Cowabunga collection, which basically has all the TMNT beat-em-up games on it. And then there's also TMNT Shredder's Revenge on Switch, which is actually a really good game. Highly recommend that. I think Scott Pilgrim got a port to Switch. You might like that. I didn't really care for it that much. And there's a lot of, like, old-school arcade beat-em-ups through Arcade Archives, like the old Double Dragon games. Double Dragon 1 in particular is just a classic. You should have some of the old Sega ones on there, too, through different collections. Like, Streets of Rage 1, 2, and 3 should be on the Switch. They're probably on one of the Genesis collections, if not released separately, standalone. The baseball bat feels as satisfying as ever. Ooh, I got 3 stars now. Blaze, you are OP. Holy crap. Starting to remember why I like her. I am the Terminator. Ah, come on. Do I lose all my stars? No, I just lose one. Okay. Mo Man, I think you get stars just from scoring. I think they just come at certain score thresholds. Where is everyone watching this from? Well, I am not watching, but I am streaming it from Northern Virginia. Or the northern parts of Virginia, in the United States. Yeah, I always say Northern Virginia because, like, we might as well be our own state. We're so different from the rest of the state. Alright, so you're supposed to do certain things, and I think even save somebody here, and I completely forget what I'm supposed to do, so... It's been a few years now since I, have beaten this game. Altair is from Mexico. Right on. That's right, Mario's in California. Don is from South Carolina. And Office is from the moon. That does not surprise me at all. Actually, that explains a lot of things. Yep, Executioner's in Southern Virginia. Got my 3 stars again. Time to wreck some crap. Oh, it says we just destroyed Switch 1. Does that mean we just destroyed the Nintendo Switch? Just in time for the Switch 2 launch. Actually, it's kind of funny mentioning that. Nintendo supposedly put out a statement just the other day saying that they plan on announcing the Switch 2 later this year, but don't expect anything on it for the next couple of months. Hey, Aberdeen, welcome back. Yeah, like, I think there's a separate switch for that guy. Isn't he, like, the president or something? I don't remember. Yeah, everything's about to blow. Mr. President! Alright, we did it. That's cool. And it's this guy. It sounds like some Contra hardcore music. Contra hardcore soundtrack gets pretty goofy like this does. There goes my third star, again. Got him. Yeah, Don, this guy in the American version is way harder. It takes so long to take down. Yeah, it's one of the many differences. Round 7 start. I hate jump kicking these guys because it just takes so long. Nice, that worked. Oh, come on. Jeez, that does a lot of damage. Hey, Chevy, welcome back. Ow. Blaze needs food badly. Oh, great, there's two of them. Okay, this is it's just random one-offs, I guess. Mr. A to Z. That's kind of funny. Man, I don't even remember this. Yeah, it's a tough part. You get this conveyor belt that you're stuck on. Alright, I bet this is gonna be a pain. We got these little... Oh, no. Okay. Because that's exactly what we needed. More rocket guys. Got some more health. Are those Ed 209s? No, not quite. I wonder if they were inspired after Ed 209. God, I need to watch RoboCop again. It's such a great movie. It's one of my favorites. We're still using some of the same sound effects from Streets of Rage 1. Yeah, the sounds you make when you collide with enemies. I'm just now noticing that. It's only on certain objects. That dude's hair is crazy. It's kind of hard to damage this thing fast. Look at that. That barely did anything. Okay, it looks like jump kicking is the way to go. Seriously. I guess I have to just wait. Huh. Not even doing any damage. I wonder how you're supposed to avoid that. Oh man, that's game over. Let's go ahead and continue, because I think we're close to the end of the game. Say, I don't think I like this boss very much. It's pretty tough. Just jump kick over and over, I guess? Maybe he's not that tough. Yeah, I think that's it. I can't skip through this. Well, we got to the very end without continuing, and then had to continue. Yeah, super cool that you can just play the Japanese version on here. I'm actually really curious if you can, if by, like, doing the, switching over to, like, a European region, if it will, like, put the games into their European versions. I'm gonna guess probably not. I'm gonna try anyway. I'm curious. And they lived happily ever after, until Streets of Rage 4. So Moman, I'm not sure what the ending of the North American version looks like, but I just referred to my own playthrough of this game from a few years ago. Anyone that's curious. And it's the same that was just played here, so if it's the same in North America, then yeah, I guess it's the same, but I wouldn't know. I've never beaten the US version. But I did refer to my old video of the actual Bare Knuckle 3 ROM, which had the questionable boss fight in the first level. It's still in there. And it was the identical thing to what we just saw there, so. Alright. Let's see. Let's go ahead and exit. Alright, I don't remember where you changed the language. Oh, that's probably it. Okay. There we go. French, Italian, German, traditional Chinese, Korean. I don't know. Let's go with German. Yeah, it is. It changed it to Mega Drive. Wow. Clever, man. Clever. Okay. Damn. So not everything here was released over in Europe. But yeah, it does say Mega Drive on a lot of these. See, Granada, it says Genesis. I don't think that was released over in Europe. That is very cool. Don says the endings in Streets of Rage 3 are the same between regions, just some plot differences, but the images are the same. Okay. Ah, they got the actual Mega CD box art, and look at that. Mega CD box art for Robolast. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it was actually called Thunder Force 4 over there, wasn't it? Virtua Racing. I guess that was Mansion of Hidden Souls over there. Yumimi Mystery Mansion. Interesting. Okay, that's very interesting. I like that they do that. Yeah, so if you put it into, it looks like, ooh, French is, you get the North American versions. So Italian, German, and, yeah, Italian and German, you get the Mega Drive versions. Chinese, and I'm guessing Korea, you probably get the Japanese versions. Yeah, it looks like it's got to reload everything too. It's got to load all that box art. Yep, okay. That's a really cool feature. So you get 3 different regions of box art. Now I'm wondering if they're using the European ROMs for some of these. I haven't tested that part yet, but that's still a really cool feature. Alright, well, we're getting pretty late now. It's 2:15. I did want to try to go work out for a little bit. So what I think I'm going to do is try to play a little bit of maybe a shoot 'em up. Because I haven't done any shmups yet. And we'll do a little bit of Silpheed, show off some more Sega CD. Silpheed's a pretty sweet shooter. Yeah, we've been streaming for just about 4 hours now. We had a really good turnout tonight, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. So Silpheed on the Sega CD is a really good showcase for the hardware. The FMV is really tasteful, looks pretty cool, and they use full motion video as the backdrops for the game. but the way the backdrops and the on-screen polygons are drawn, it all just kind of blends together pretty seamlessly. It's pretty cool. Office, we already played Space Harrier 1 and 2 before you shut up. And yeah, I agree with Don. The Space Harrier games, they are shooters, but they're more considered rail shooters. Rail shooters tend to have you playing from more like a behind-the-back, third-person perspective. And so the gameplay is very different from a standard, like, horizontal or vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up. Alright, so actually one thing I wanted to do was go ahead and make a quick save. And I wanted to go back to the main menu. One of the downsides is I think you have to be on the main menu to change any, like, screen or sound settings. So what I'm going to do is... sound settings. I want to go back to the Model 2 style sound. Wallpaper settings. Let's go back to a TV style for this last one. Alright, there we go.
Battle station, unidentified spacecraft inbound from Delta Line, Area 3. Number unknown, but increasing. All Silpheed squadrons scramble immediately. Repeat, scramble now. Squadron 207, scramble now. Rendezvous with squadrons 279 and 333. Take position for intercept mission. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Silpheed is one of the first shooters I ever saw that has more of like an isometric kind of viewpoint where like the ship is bigger the farther back towards you it is than it is when it's all the way at the top of the screen. And the original computer versions of Silpheed were the same way. And oh, that's weird. The game crashed on me. Are you serious? Okay. Let's reset the game, I guess? Maybe save states broke it? I don't know. But yeah, Silpheed's one of the first, like, shoot-'em-ups of this type I had ever seen. I don't know if there were any that preceded it. But Ray Storm and Ray Crisis would do the same thing later on in the 90s. Thankfully, that was just the start of the first level. Yeah, try this again. Yeah, your firepower is very basic in this game, and these orange things that come down are basically power-up canisters. I think this is just a point icon. Yep, bonus points. Yeah, Altair. I mean, Raystorm's a great game. That's a really good shooter. I mean, this gray one, that's a shield replenishment. Your shield's in the top right. It's those different colored blocks. After the first level, we'll get special weapon power, and we'll get different alternate weapons. And then we can also adjust our main shot. Hey, look at that full motion video in the background. It just blends really well with the top screen polygons. There are actually polygons in this game, believe it or not. You can go to the options menu and view the polygons individually. It's pretty cool. Sega CD was capable of some baby polygons. And then you add some full motion video in the background that is just mostly flat and shaded, and it just blends together pretty well. It's pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead and skip this. There is some story sequences in between certain levels. Wide beam. We'll go ahead and try the wide beam. Photon torpedo. So the photon torpedo is that. It's actually a pretty good weapon, but it uses up a lot of energy. And it's a good crutch if you're trying to get through the game, but one of the issues with this game is the final boss requires you to basically just spam him with special weapon attacks. And your special weapon attacks use your option energy over on the left. And that carries over from level to level. So if you end up in the last level without much option energy, you're basically not beating the game. It's kind of frustrating. Yeah, this wide shot's actually not what I expected. I thought it was just going to shoot at it like an angle. Not like do this like close range wavy attack. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage too. Yeah, Mo-Man says, I'm sold. This game looks awesome. Nice. I'm not going to do wide beam again. No thanks. So, as far as I'm aware, you can't actually use the same option from level to level. You have to actually switch between levels. But that's okay. Stage 3. This game has a lot of stages in it, too. I want to say it's at least, like, 11. I think it's quite a lot. Maybe even more than that? I don't remember. You know, I think we might have actually beaten this game on one of my Sega CD variety streams many years ago. This radioactive looking thing might be like invincibility or something. Let's see. Oh, no, it's just a screen clearing bomb. Okay. Do I like the R-Type games? Yes, I love the R-Type games. All right, there we go. You kind of have to stay in the middle here, otherwise those columns on the right will actually hurt you. You can tell if a background element will hurt you based on if the bullets disappear or not when they touch it. Jason, no. You're thinking of Starblade. That's a totally different game. That's another on-rails shooter. Phalanx Beam is pretty cool. That actually tracks in on enemies. EMDS, I think, is a shield. Yeah, Starblade was included as a bonus game on Tekken 5 for PS2. And it was like a nice, high-res, 60 FPS version. Lost about half my health. Oh, got it back. A lot of the bosses are pretty similar in this game, as you can see. Man, taking a lot of hits. I was actually taking a bunch of hits from roadside obstacles. I'll just call it that. Alright, phalanx on both sides is nice, and then gravitation bomb isn't too bad either. Yeah, I lost a lot of health there, so I'm going to go into this level without much. I don't even know if they replenish any health. Let's see. Okay, they replenish a little bit, but not the full thing. This is a pretty cool level, though. You end up going through, like, hyperspace or something. Or doing hyperspace. These enemies are, like, swerving down to the far back part of the screen, so you can't just hug the back side of the screen. Oh, jeez, man. I'm just getting wrecked here. One more hit and I'm dead. Give me some freaking health refills. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not an easy game. Stuff flies at you so quickly that, yeah, if you don't have the levels memorized and you're playing kind of dumb like I am, where I was just sitting at the back of the screen, I kept running into those guys over and over and over again, like not learning from my mistakes. Yeah, you get 5 continues. I'm not going to continue. You can go to Polygon Test. So here's our ship. It's pretty neat. Here's some enemies. They're just really simple objects, but the Sega CD can throw these around pretty well, apparently. It's one of the mini-bosses. I wish more Sega CD games used polygons, because, you know, clearly it could handle some small ones. Like, lots of small ones. The game runs at a really smooth frame rate. Yep, that's back to our main ship. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Alright, let me go back here. I'm going to go ahead and save a game, in case I feel like coming back to it later. I just realized that wallpaper, that message, I think, behind the gameplay was actually a part of the wallpaper. So yeah, I said I was going to get out of here after that, but I decided that I should probably also show off Virtua Racing, because this is kind of special. This uses the Sega SVP chip, which was kind of Sega's answer to Nintendo's Super FX chip, so it's a legit polygon racer for the Genesis, port of the arcade game, and still pretty fun. So this is like another reason for some people to maybe pick one of these units up. Get some Sega CD, get some cool imports, get some Virtua Racing. I was actually playing the 32X one last night over on Twitch. So it'll be interesting to draw comparisons. Virtua Racing. Does it actually say it in this one? No? It says it in the 32X one. Okay, interesting. And actually, what's really cool about having this on a console like this is you can do save states and save your best times. Because the original cartridge does not actually save your times. Alright, we'll start off on the first course. Yeah, this game actually, despite its kind of janky look, it actually plays quite well. In the early days of my YouTube channel, I would actually play it a lot. I think I even had a couple real casual videos of me just, like, trying to get my best times. Yeah, lots of different camera angles too. Check this out. It goes, zooms all the way out. I like this one though. One of the issues with playing this on an HD display like this, however, is like the dithering really stands out in this game. Dithering is basically the checkerboard pattern that you see on various objects. And if you played it on a CRT back in the day with like RF, that checkerboard pattern would, those colors in that pattern would blend together to give you different shades of color. And that effect is just completely gone here. So it's the most noticeable on like the bridge. So the bridge is such a chunky object. Look at that. It looks so weird. But the idea is to get first place. Easier said than done. Even on the default difficulty, it's quite challenging. You really have to learn these tracks inside and out. And keep at top speed as long as absolutely possible without spinning out. Because if you go around a turn too fast at top speed, you will spin out and lose tons of time. Even slowing down just a little bit just really kills you in this game. Oh, like I just spun out. I hate this turn. It's one of my least favorite turns in any driving game ever. I always struggle with it. It's not like Daytona USA on Saturn either, where you can basically, like, power slide around turns. Like, that doesn't work in this game. Spun out of gangs, I ran into that guy. I'll do my initials. Yeah, it is tough Office, but thankfully there are difficulty settings. Do the second course. There's only 3 courses in the game. So it is a very bare bones package. This was super typical Sega arcade racers back in the day. Virtua Racing, Daytona, Sega Rally, they were all like that. Hey John, welcome back. Spun out again. And again, yeah, this is one of those where I really had to just get a head start immediately. Now I'm just playing catch up with everybody. I'm 8th out of 16th. Let's zoom out. Look at this. This reminds me of Turbo back in the day, which was also a Sega racer. Oh man, it blocked my view there for a split second. I do find it like really hard to control from this angle. It doesn't feel as responsive. I learned last night in the 32X when you can actually go behind that wall before you hit that ramp, and it's just funny. They let you drive down the road. And you run out of time, but the fact they let you do it is awesome. But in this version, it looks like it's totally blocked off. And I am not going to make it. Oh, we actually ran out of time. Alright, we'll do the last course. Oops. I was pressing the wrong button. Whoopsie. I was holding down A. You gotta press B. Thankfully, pressing start and pressing all 3 face buttons exits you. Man, I'm finding this is pretty tough to control. I mean, it's not that it's tough to control, it's that, like... It does feel a little bit different from the 32X one that I was playing last night. And I was also doing much better on it. Yeah, so I definitely need practice. Holy crap. I used to be able to get this down with no problem. I will say the draw distance definitely makes it a little difficult. It's kind of hard to see what's going on, so you really have to memorize these things. Alright, there's no way we're gonna finish this. I'm gonna go ahead and just quit. That was rough. Oh, man. Yeah, the AI is typically really tough in Sega arcade racers, too. It's like, you have to basically perfect the course if you want to have any chance at first place. So... No, Alpha Nerd, I don't like the sky view. No offense or anything. Don't care for it. It feels weird to control. We did it on the previous course, and it was like... Felt like there was more input lag when I put it into that view. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Yeah. It's super late. I still gotta do some things. And I gotta work in the morning. That's gonna be... Tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day. But yeah, that is it, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. That is the Genesis Mini 2. Pretty good little mini console. But, oh, I know the turns. I've played a lot of Virtua Racing over the years. I know the game, I just don't practice it anymore, so I just need to practice, that's all. Which probably isn't gonna happen, because I've got too many games and too little time. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me, guys. I am definitely out of here. I gotta go get some exercise, work out, come back and try to do some other things. But, thank you for hanging out. We had another great turnout tonight. Hopefully you guys got a good idea of what the Genesis Mini 2 is like. And, yeah, I mean, I'd say, if you don't have any of these minis, and you're not the kind of person to, like, get into the Mr. FPGA, or have, like, a dedicated emulation box, or have a Mega SG with the Sega CD, I think it's a pretty cool little device. I'm still not sure if I'm going to hold on to mine. There are some really cool perks, like we discovered tonight. You can actually play the import versions of some games, like Sonic CD, and that's really awesome. Get that alternate soundtrack with the proper frame rate. But I have other ways to play Genesis and Sega CD. Actually, right next to me is my Tower of Power. I was playing it last night on Twitch with my Sega CD, 32X, and Genesis. But still, yeah, I mean, if this looks appealing to you, maybe consider checking it out. They're still available on Amazon. I will post a link to the Amazon listing. Actually, I don't think this is going to work. I think this is too many characters. Let's see if I can do it like this. I wonder if this will work. Nope, that did not work. Yeah, why does Amazon make it so hard to share listings? They need like a shortened link option for it. Basically, if you're interested in this, just search for Sega Genesis Mini 2 on Amazon. That's where you can get it. And like I said, it does actually ship from Japan, so the price that you see is not going to be the final price that you pay. I guess unless you've got Amazon Prime, maybe you can get free shipping on it with Amazon Prime. But, doesn't even say if you get free shipping with Amazon Prime, so maybe you don't. Yeah, it ended up costing me like 120 bucks total, I believe, because it comes from Japan. But, yeah, they're still there. Sega is still making them, apparently. And, yeah, it looks like they got 1,400 ratings. I wonder how many have, sold recently. I like that Amazon actually tells you it's like 100 plus have been bought in the past month. So it looks like they're still selling, or trickling out, what it looks like. But yeah, you can still get them. It is definitely a cool little mini console. I'm glad Sega did this and put Sega CD stuff on it. And then, like you guys saw, there is that other bonus stuff too, like the Fantasy Zone and the Smooth Space Harrier 2 and whatnot. Versus Puyo Puyo Sun. Oh, that's right. Puyo Puyo Sun is only a 2-player game, and there's no single player. There's no single player mode on that. That is a bummer. But yeah, I wanted to say something else before going. For one, I wanted to say thanks to anyone that did super chats tonight. I do appreciate that. So shout outs to Saikazu and Barone. And then I also wanted to give shout outs to some of my channel members who actually hit 2-year status. Which I think, yeah, there we go. So Talus Barrows, LML123, and Vornak. Those guys all hit 2-year status as channel members. So thank you guys so much for your continued support. And thanks to everybody else that has been supporting my channel. It definitely helps out a lot, especially when it comes to buying little mini consoles like this that I probably shouldn't be buying. Also, speaking of fan funding, my RetroTink 5X, I did order it last week, and it looks like it shipped yesterday. Yeah, it looks like it shipped yesterday, which is pretty sweet. So, yeah, your recent donations have definitely helped out a lot, and it's enabled me to buy expensive things like new upscalers. So, but I'll definitely be trying to do maybe some kind of unboxing video when I get that, and then I'll be putting it into effect as soon as possible. And then I'll start doing hopefully more PS1 and Saturn stuff when I get that. Let's see. There was actually one more secret I wanted to mention. So earlier we were playing Space Harrier 1 and 2. It says if you hold left as you select options, you'll find a new setting called Deflictor. I think it's actually left or right, because I held right to get to that options menu. But apparently on Fantasy Zone that they added here, there's Space Harrier music. If you hold B and press C on Arcade, Super Easy, or Time Attack, to play through the game with music from Space Harrier, the Mega Drive port. Interesting. Including a Space Harrier death cry when you get hit. That's kind of like a nice little addition. That's pretty cool. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like some of the Sega CD titles also, if you play, you know, set the console to Japanese, yeah, some of the Japanese games are actually in Japanese, so that means they probably had separate ISOs they put on here, which is interesting. And someone else confirmed, yes, you get the Japanese Mega Drive versions when switching to Japanese, so yeah, even the Japanese CD titles, I guess, are in Japanese. That's pretty interesting. Fantasy Zone apparently also has a coin-out mode. This is a Reddit thread. And I'll actually post that here in case anyone wants to check that out. Yeah, kind of interesting. But alrighty guys, that's going to do it for me. I will catch you guys later. I'll try to have the archive up probably sometime later today or tomorrow. Until the next one, take it easy.